Good morning, good afternoon, traders. Welcome in the test trading room, master room. Hope everyone is feeling okay today, even better than okay. Fantastic on the last trading day of the week. A Friday with full of events and news, traders. So that one thing is for sure, we are not going to be bored today. Hi, Master Room. Miguel, good morning to you. Brian, so nice to see you. Fantastic to see you here today. YouTube traders, welcome everyone. Please just let me know if the sound is okay. And we can just start the preparation session. Well, as you know, this week, as just the rest of this new 2025 year, it was not an easy one, neither for the traders, some of them, because there was like crazy volatile markets over there, but even definitely not for the market. If we just check the S&P 500 on my daily chart, you can see that so far, actually almost since the beginning of the year, it started with a consolidation, uncertainty, and since the middle of February, we just see a very big pullback, and seems like traders might, if the bleeding has not ended yet. Today, though, the market was really hoping for some good news, especially on the labor market side. But so far, I must tell you, not the best news either, because the NFP, non-farm employment, change lower than expected, and even the unemployment rate just get higher than expected. So very ugly start for the market again. And as you can see, now it's moving from green to red territory. So now the SPY is down 0.15%, and the triple Q, it's even, as I've seen, it was a bit stronger, so it's still hanging on the green side, but not too much indeed. So seems like another red day coming. Also, there are going to be more news and events, as I mentioned you. Today, we are still going to get the FOMC member speakers, plus Powell speaks at 12:30 p.m. and even President Trump, it's on the agenda at 3 p.m. Actually, it was 1:30 in the afternoon or in the morning, and now it's just got to the 3 p.m. That's interesting. Okay, traders, so this is what we have. Actually, big turbulence on the market, big threats of the tariffs, geopolitical tensions are not doing very well either. But what happened again yesterday? Why the market just tumbled again without any stop actually, and made a new lows of the year? The reason for that mainly it was because Trump dismissed the market concerns, insisting tariffs will make the US strong again, and he denied delaying Canada-Mexico tariffs due to market volatility. And even he thought that he does not even take a look at the stock market because he is very sure that the tariffs are going to make America great again. Well, let's see if it's going to happen. So far, it's just causing really big turbulence, and he's blaming the other participants of the market. Indeed, the globalists, he's definitely complaining about that might they are causing the market sell-off. Well, actually, traders, the fact is here, the market is tumbling, and after this bad labor market news, we are going to still see a stretch lower. Depends on definitely on the FOMC and the Fed, Powell, and later on Trump. Hi, Steve. Good morning to you. Nice to see you. Hi, Clifton. Good morning. Luis, or Laspi, good morning to you. Actually, I forgot to answer your email because it was a really crazy day here, but I'm going to be on it and I'm going to answer you. But I'm really happy that I could help you yesterday. So please be careful on the top or bottom reversals and with the VWAP reversals. Hi, Nitsa, nice to see you. And nice to see you as well. So traders, hopefully you are ready again for a nice volatile day and full of opportunities. Hi, Todd. Good morning to you. All right, traders. So let's see what else is happening on the market beside of a big turbulence and fear, especially because of the tariffs, what they are going to cause on the long run, and how the Fed is going to react on this worse than expected employment. Rate and plus the NFP. So the US economy, I'm just repeating myself for the newcomers, added only 151,000 jobs. That's a decent, but the outlook is darkening. This is not a good news. Dow and S&P and both of the S&P and the Nasdaq looks like it's just on a verge of a pullback in the pre-market. And I must tell you as well, traders, the fact that the Nasdaq just lived in a correction territory. Officially, correction is starting at 10%, and yesterday the triple Q reached the 10% level. As I mentioned you, it already touched the 200 EMA on the daily, but now it's just slipping over. So I assume that under this lowest point of yesterday, which is 486.30s, if it's going to break it through, we can watch the QQQ short for sure, one of my favorite short candidate for the day. What else in the news? Let's just check the sorry, international news. International news, it's about Trump again, and European leaders. Now they are, as I've told you, called for weaponizing the European countries. So European leaders still push defense spend amid uncertainty over Trump aid to Ukraine. So this is still on the agenda as well, and even very concerned about Europe's struggling economy, European Central Bank policymaker Centeno says. So not a good outlook, lots of uncertainty out. So let's see what's going to happen next. We are ready to short to long, but in my opinion, might is going to be again a shorting day. And let's see what to trade today, traders. First, sorry, I just forgot to check my usual schedule here with Asian stocks down. Surprising. Well, it's not that surprising because bad economic news both from China and especially Japan pushed the Asian Pacific stock exchanges lower. Europe definitely to the downside on these concerns. What Centeno just expressed indeed. And if I'm just going to the rate side, US 10 years are tumbling back to this 422 area, and the futures at the moment still clings to the green side. Also, Nasdaq futures just turned to red together with S&P and now the DGA as well. So the Dow Jones from green to red, and seems like it's going to be a fallover. So let's just keep an eye on the shorts and TQQQ short on my side, as you know me. All right, traders, so let's just jump to the big movers. And if you have anything on your radar, please just let me know. I'm more than happy to take a look at it. So here I'm going to watch AVGO first. Lee, if you are around, one of your favorite stock is definitely going to be a great read for today. And AVGO, by the way, is just got Broadcom, just got an earnings, and excuse me, and the chip maker just jumped 10% after the company's fiscal first quarter results beat the Wall Street estimates. That's why we have seen the triple Q much stronger in the pre-market than the SPY. But as you can see, in the pre-market, unfortunately, this bearish sentiment on the market is just made a pullback already on the AVGO. Also, I must tell you, I really, really love this stock, especially because of the fact that it's extended a bit to the downside. Second, really good news. Third, 200 EMA touch, one of my favorite for a possible daily reversal. Let's see whether the AVGO over this 190, I would say 200, yeah, 200 we need to go over and continue this nice gap and go. Let's see whether the AVGO is going to be able to do that. Hi, Anticipator. Good morning again to you as well. Very nice to see you. I don't know which one of you it's and first and then second, but I like to see both of you are here. All right, traders. So let's just start my my list here, and the first one it's going to be, as I mentioned you, AVGO and to the long side. Also, I'm going to be careful because the whole market sentiment can just slip very easily to the red side again, traders. I mean, really red because of this disappointing labor market news, NFP, and employment rate. Next one is the gap. The shares just surged 17%. Reason for that, again, earnings. Let's see, this is not a huge mover in my opinion. Let's see how does it look like at the moment. Nice up to this $23 area, a little bit too much to the upside for me. As I mentioned, you're really not a big mover. I'm going to call it to the long side because I must tell you, I don't think so there will be too many longs on our list, but let's see whether gap after that great beat on the earnings going to continue higher. Hewlett Packard HPA, which just tumbled 20% after guiding for adjusted earnings and revenue for its fiscal second quarter, became just below the analyst expectations. Not a good news, and really big dump on the HPE. It's down to this $15 level. Excuse me. Um, Despite of the fact that this is a lower price stock, it can move, not too much though, but I would say similar to the gap. But you know what? If I give gap the chance to move lower, let's see whether this HPE after this mm, move down to this $15 level. Wow, guys, that's an enormous gap. I don't know if it can continue lower. Look at that $15 in the past, how strong support it was back in 2024, February, almost 1 year ago, and even 2023 and November. I would say this is a really, really dangerous level to stay here, first of all. So I would say if there will be some gap or deep buyers, I don't know whether there will be, but then it should happen around this $15 level. As you can see, it even gapped down under this $15. So the lowest point, it was the 1409, which is a really, really ugly gap for the HPE. I'm going to move it to the short side, but I must tell you, just because of the fact of this huge gap to the downside, it's not my complete favorite. So let's be careful with HPE. Intuitive Machines, LUNR, big dump, 36%, which is already even lower to the $730 level. This is why it's just doing that such a huge move. Shares plummeted 36% after the space exploration firm's second moon lander, Athena, toppled on its side on the moon. Ouch. This follows Intuitive Machines' first lunar landing attempt last year, which also ended sideways. This stock, though, it's a big dump and pump and dump. Now it's in a dump phase. As you can see, it's down to the 730 area, and I must tell you, I like it to the short side. Even despite of the fact that this is a $7 stock at the moment, a reason for that is a gap to fill back to the 640 level. So I'm just going to put LUNR to the short side. Nice one. Okay. Next one, it's Samsara here, Big Bear AI, which is a very low price stock. Mobileye, that can be interesting, popping 2% after regulatory filing show that hedge fund Point 72 has taken a 5% stake in the company. MBLY, I think it's in my opinion, it's a quite of a an undervalued small tech stock, and I like it indeed. But as you can see in the pre-market, it just gave back everything almost. Reason for that, definitely this ugly market pressure, but I'm going to keep an eye on MBLY on the secondary list only. Okay, what else in here? If you still have anything on the radar, please just let me know. Hi, Davida. Good morning to you. Next one on my list is WBA, and after that, Costco. WBA, one of a great candidate to the long side. it just popped 7%. As the drugstore chain said, it struck a deal to be acquired by private equity firm Sycamore Partners. So that's why I'm going to put WBA to the long side. Great news. Wayfair is here, the furniture retailer, 3% higher after a nice upgrade. And then let's just see Costco. How is it doing at the moment? Wayfair, it's up 2.72%, a bit extended to the downside on the daily. That's why I like it to the long side. Also, I would be careful with W because it can be spready and sometimes tricky. Costco here as well, as I mentioned you, it just fell 2% on the COST. Reason for that, the earnings number missed the expectations. So I am very much on the short side of the Costco. I must tell you, traders, even I'm going to put it the first candidate on my short list. Reason for that, this is my first, the absolutely first candidate on the short list. Reason, bad news. Second, extended to the upside. Third, $1,000 level, and it's just breaking. However, which makes me a little bit nervous about the cost is the pre-market volume, which is barely 50K. So I would like to see a nice move higher on the volume side and a nice move lower on the price action side. So let's see whether we will get a nice opportunity to short the Costco today. And what else here? Let me just check it once more. Samsara is here still. IoT, which is another short candidate. Reason for that, it just issued the first quarter guidance that was in line with analyst expectations, but there were about the outlook which was just not that bright and shiny, and it's down 8% at the moment. So IoT can be on our short list. What else? Hi Ali, good morning to you. I'm just checking quickly my watch list first, and the weakest stock on my watch list, it's Hood, Tesla, SMCI traders, Mara, Shopify, PLTR, which was just in green in 1 hour ago, and look at that big move to the up and down side again on the PLTR. So seems like even here the bleeding has not stopped yet. So BLTR at the moment is down from green to red and down to the $79 area. On the PLTR, I'm going to be aware of this consolidation low, which is 78.60. If it's breaking it, I'm definitely want to take a beautiful short entry here under this consolidation low. SMCI is down, as I mentioned, Roblox pulling back, Microsoft, Oracle, Disney, Netflix, Nike, Roku, Uber. Wow. Amazon, Apple down. Ugly start for the day traders. And after a green pre-market, both the SPY and the triple Q are slipping to the red side. For the new ones who just joined the TAF's trading room preparation session, the reason why we see another red day, traders, it is the miss on the labor market data. What does it mean? Higher unemployment rate and lower NFP, which is just resulted a dumping market again. But please be careful because lots of FOMC member speakers are coming today, plus 12:30 Powell speaking, 3 p.m. Trump speaking. So this is going to be a full of events day and really, really volatile. So watch out, seatbelts on, and I would say it's going to be might a scalping day unless we are just not going to give up in the beginning as just going down. In this case, to the short side, I'm still going to watch PLTR, as I mentioned you, especially under this level. SMCI, let me just check it, and even NVDA, which I just would like to check it. How does it look like at the moment? NVDA surprisingly is green. I think this 110 area, it's a quite of a strong resistance on the market on the NVDA between 110 and 111. But SMCI at the moment it is dumping, and maybe NVDA it is in sympathy with the AVGO. But SMCI at the moment looks like as a very ugly move to the downside, especially under yesterday's low. But I prefer at the moment rather the PLTR, maybe even Hood. Doesn't look like a good one. Tesla 1.63% lower, and Tesla it's going to be my second one, which I'm going to call just to the short side. To the long side quickly, which is my strongest today, it's BABA. surprisingly still the Chinese stocks traders. It's amazing. And even the oil stocks are on a verge after oil. By the way, the WTI is just reached $66 traders, really low. So might a reversal. It's here. That's why I see Oxy 1.49%, CVX 0.65%, and the Chinese stocks plus NVDA into the green, Coin and Google plus AFRM just a slightly green. These are the green stocks on my watch list. I'm going to watch definitely here Oxy and CVX plus even Baba. Traders, I think this is the list for today. DVG is going to be here for you, Master Room traders. And as usual, I'm just going to continue the trade with you on the YouTube. And okay, that's great. So I just can differentiate you. Nice. Here is my watchlist traders, master room traders, DVG Clifton team. Thank you very much. Have a beautiful weekend, a great green day first. But again, watch out. Lots of things are going to happen. And I'm going to see everyone on Monday. Bye. Take care.
Aggie. Quick sound check. You guys hear me okay? Right on, Vincent. Thank you. Thank you. Well, today is the day we've been waiting for. Look, lots and lots of information. Last night, Trump signed into pass cryptocurrency or a Bitcoin reserve. But I think what we saw with the sell-off specifically was there was news about them not buying additional crypto and literally just using what was seized or forfeited, we'll say, from any nefarious behavior. So that's essentially what the government already has, aka we're going to hold on to it, we're not going to sell it, we're not going to get rid of it, it's just going to be there. So on the one hand, you could say that's a baseline for potentially holding an asset base, but the reality is investors didn't like it because it doesn't mean the market's going to move. It just means that those Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana that they already have, it's not ever going anywhere according to that legislation. So worth noting, a little more scarcity on that side, which is not a bad thing per se. Things are scarce, usually prices go up. So I'm going to keep an eye on the crypto space today. As you guys know, we were talking about that yesterday. Also this morning, I was able to post non-farm payrolls and unemployment data, et cetera. We're seeing a little bit of movement here pre-market. Here's what I will say. Today will be the day of keeping powder dry till the afternoon. So we have a lot of Fed speakers today, a lot. So I've got a watch list, but guys, the watch list reality is y'all could probably find plenty of opportunity across the board. Obviously, tech getting hammered. Financials is kind of, I'd say, high on my list. So I'm watching banks today. In fact, there's news coming out right now about potentially putting sanctions on banking again for, let's see, strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions on Russia until ceasefire. Okay. So worth noting, I've been watching that story and seeing what happens specifically on the banking side, sanctions and swift access for Russia. If we actually get that ever sorted out, just know we're going to see a ton of money outflows from Russia, more than likely. And it's likely going to go to other countries, right? So whether that's the US, Italy, Spain, whatever. So I've been keeping an eye on just banking and sanctions and what that means for we're definitely trading globally right now. China, I don't know if you guys have been watching what that looks like, but watching the China markets is kind of incredible, right? Like there was I forget where the study was, but it was something radical where like Chinese investors own like 30% or some like 20 some odd percent of the US stock market. And to see that money start to flow into China's economy, like the Hang Seng is hitting all-time highs. You've got BABA that's just ripping the face off every day, right? We see selling in the morning and then a rip in the after hours. So someone's accumulating massive amounts of that stock. And obviously with their news coming out around AI, and you've got JD kind of talking the same thing, with their annual report that just came out with, or quarterly report rather. So it's worth noting, like there's just obviously goes without saying, a lot of volatility, right? But trade safe today. I'm more leaning towards like, hey, I'll probably trade a little bit this morning. Really names like AVGO, a great report, I would say. And seeing if we're getting a little sympathy in names like NVIDIA. So I'm watching levels like 111.42. And I'm also watching, frankly, right where AVGO is right now, this 192 area, 190, to 192, and see how we behave there. If we start to bounce there, I'll probably take a long position to at least like maybe 195, 196, target being closer to like 201, 202. So I may actually take a trade. That might be my first one right out the gate this morning. That said, if we don't hold that 191.50 area, I'd be looking to basically right where we ended up yesterday at the open. So some volatility without a doubt. Definitely trade safe. And if you are, finding these entries to take a trade, like use it as an opportunity to, do some smaller sizing and add, right? So based on the fundamentals and foundations of how you trade, so that you're not taking big risks on these high volatile moves where literally we could just sell off today. I would imagine directionally that's where we're looking. And it'd take a lot for us to get a bounce, but all that to say, like maybe we're going to buy up until Powell speaks, right? We've got how many Fed speakers we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Fed speakers today, y'all. Ali Fabricio, thank you for that. Thank you. Look at y'all. You guys are on the ball. Love it. Love it. All right, let's see. Get rid of that. Let's see. I'm going to bring everybody here. Can everyone see my screen? Ta-da! All right. Cool. Thanks, Ali Fabricio. Appreciate that. Well, let's start off by saying good morning, everybody. We got a few minutes before we kick things off here. So, again, it's a beautiful Friday. Happy Friday. I'm not sure if Amir's going to be joining us today for trading, but hopefully we'll see. Ali, good morning. Brian, Charlie, Christian, good morning. Dan, Darian, Dave, welcome. Is it David? Fabricio, Fred, Irina, Jay. We got 2 J's. Jay and JC, welcome. Jeff B's in the house. Jeff B, we'll have to see if we can get you on the channel. Working with Clifton on that. We'll find a date and we'll see if we find something. Jim's in the house. How you doing, Jim? Good to see you. Karen, Lee, of course. Lee, how's crowd doing, man? I know every time I see CrowdStrike, I always think of you. For whatever reason, that's just how it is. Michael P's in the house. Pantera, Call, Roman, Sanal, welcome. Scott V, Seth is in the house. What's up, Seth? Steve C, Trent, Vikas, Vincent, my trading homies right there, Vikas and Vincent. Welcome. Ed and CC is in the house. Y'all, it's great to be here. I know Scott's going to be back on Monday. He are you here? Maybe not.
Hi, DVG. I'm going to be here today, yeah.
Right on.
At
How you
least
doing,
the
Amir?
first 2 hours. Yeah, I'm great. How are you?
Doing amazing.
Don't exaggerate. We didn't start it even.
No, this week's been phenomenal, to be honest.
Really? Wasn't easy. But,
No, it wasn't easy, that's for sure.
But there was a very good, good opportunities, that's for sure, opportunities to do, to fuck up trade, but definitely to make really good trade. Yesterday, I think my best trade was my favorite Rigetti. It was gapping down, and you saw what happened in the first 15 minutes. Like it jumped from 7:30 to almost 9 with a 30-cent stop. It was phenomenal. So there's opportunity, definitely.
Definitely, yeah. Costco also reported, by the way, guys, and they beat on revenue, but not on EPS. So
Michael, I'm Amir, not Meir. Same last name, but different person. So morning. Sorry.
Same, but completely different.
Yeah.
Right on, guys. Well, we open here in a minute. I'm not going to be eager to jump out of the gate. Obviously, we're probably going to see a push to the downside to continue the order flow. That said, be patient. It could be an opportunity to buy names like NVIDIA that are down in the 110 range. If we break that 110.85, which is what I'm watching like a hawk this morning, I might be shorting that. So let's see how it behaves there. If we find some support there, it could be an opportunity to find a retest and go long to the upside with a target around 112. I'm watching AVGO, though, big time. I think this is going to likely be my first trade out the gate. Watching this 185.40 area. If we get anywhere near that and hold support, great. If we don't, then I'll probably start to nibble if we go back. So I'm looking, I call it a needle and thread. That's not an actual name, but I basically look for a subtle break down into a level and then push higher above that level.
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck, traders. Trade safe.
We say trade safe, but if they don't know how to trade, they don't know what is safe. I thought about this. Yeah. Safe means you need a reason and you need a plan. That's safe. If you don't have a plan and you don't know where is your target, where you'll stop, don't even pick the button. That's the meaning.
Okay, watching NVIDIA here. Over 111.86. I'd have to see it to get bullish on a bounce. Again, these are scalp trades, guys, so if they work out in favor, awesome, but, they don't have to. So watching AVGO here as well. I like it here, actually. Let's see. I'll wait. Maybe we get in 180. I like 185.40. It's really the level I like. Okay, guys, we're going to get in NVIDIA here. Bingo, we're in. So 112.18. You guys see the level marked here, hopefully. And then I'm going to probably do the same thing on AVGO over 186. Let's do 70. 186.70. Sorry, guys, things are moving quick. Okay, we're in. So AVGO over 186.70. I'll post that. And then we also have NVDA over 111.86. Again, these are for scalps, guys. So I'm not looking to, basically I'm looking on the bounce for AVGO to 195.80. If we get above that, I should see a push to around this 200 level, but there's no guarantees. So as soon as I see movement up through 191.50, I'll take a little bit off, right? And then so on and so forth on the way up. So hopefully that helps. Here we go. Markets can get heavy real quick here, guys. So I'm watching the Qs also, separate screen, like a hawk. If we get a bounce here above the 200 EMA, which is right around this 489, 490 level, we have a chance of trying to push that 497 that we saw yesterday. It's a big level for the Qs. That's if we get a relief rally. So there's no guarantee. I'm not trying to be eager to push this bullish narrative because frankly, I'm more bearish and have been for a while now, but we're buying into zones, essentially.
There's two candidates that I'm watching on my list, HPE and LUNR. And I'm watching them both ways. HPE, I want to see maybe a scalp down, and then the main move I want to see up.
Here comes AVGO, guys. Here we go. We should get a pop now. I'm looking for 195.80. So anywhere in that area, great. And then NVIDIA, I'm waiting for this to tear the top off. 112.50. So getting over this 112.87 will put me up to this 113.50 and then maybe chase down 115. Again, I'm going to be trimming up all the way up. So I'm not going to be looking to be a hero on these trades. I just want to get paid on the move higher. And then we'll let the rest run in the event we get above 115 and take off on NVIDIA. Great. Maybe we can add above that area. But again, watching the Qs look great. as far as trying to find a little bit of, bottom feeding here. See if we get AVGO, looking for that push to 195. Again, I like their earnings, beat top and bottom, decent forward guidance. I just think that there's a little bit of apprehension in the market right now about going long anything. I'm watching Amazon right here, 200.50. I like it. I may get in a little bit late here, but 200.50 is what I'm eyeballing. 200.50. Let's see if we get it. Amazon. Let's do it. 200.50. I'll put it out there for a small order right now after we just went up there. Cool. Perfect. Amazon, we're long. I'm looking for an ad over the close to 200. It looks like 200.77 or something like that. And that's fine by me. Watch the cues, guys. Big level on the SPY, 573. Keeping an eye on that.
Let's see one day that market is going one way and not, screwing around, huh? Let's see. Maybe they have the patience today.
Here goes Amazon. Perfect. Excellent move on Amazon. What a great move it is. Wow. Big move on Amazon now. I'm going to add over 201.
Oh, look at Apple. What's going on with Apple? Wow.
Come on, AVGO. Broadcom, let's go. Costco just tanking. Look at this thing. 978. If you guys were able to short that, good for you.
Hey, look at WBA.
I don't like the spreads.
WBA, they said the price will be, wow, 1145.
Guys, I may be stopped out of AVGO here, unfortunately.
HPE, again, HPE under 15. I'm going to give it like 25 cents. I want to see the capitulation immediately. If there is kind of a trap or something, I will reduce immediately, at least like maybe 10 cents.
Ugly move on NVIDIA here. Hanging in there barely.
We just talked about these moves, huh?
Watching this 185.40 area. Don't want to see that break on AVGO. So I'm going to see if maybe we go down a tiny bit and turn around. If we just start cracking through that, I got to dump. Unfortunately. That's too bad. Look, we've got right to that 191.51 level. I mean, I think, look, by a penny. So we bounced right to that level and then rejected. So if we get above that, I have a feeling we should rip. So I'm trying to be patient here. This is gross on NVIDIA. We tagged that 110.85, so we could really start to break to the downside here. Be careful. I'm hanging on just to see if we, tag there and move higher. We're seeing a little bit of that, undercut and then move, but this is pretty gross. If this holds, I can't add to a losing trade, but if I was thinking about getting into NVIDIA, this is right around the area. And had I been a little more patient on AVGO, guys, this is where I wanted to be anyways. We talked about it earlier. 185.40, this is kind of where I wanted to be in the trade. And it's working right now. It's holding. But if it breaks that level, I'd want to short this trade. So watching the cues here, if we get a bullish engulf right now, we should break out over 489.50. So I'm actually going to get some call options on the cues for Monday expiration just in case. I'll be looking for that 490 number on the strike. See if I can get them pretty cheap here. No, they're not cheap at all. Very expensive. Jeez, they're really expensive. Okay. Seeing some resistance on Amazon. Guys, we should break out here. I'm going to add to my trades at the exact same entries. Let's see if we can get some more here.
There was announcement, DVG or not? What's the reason? What's happened there?
For what?
I don't know. There was a big bar in NVIDIA. Now everything is coming back.
I think it's just right now people trading levels. That's all I'm thinking.
This is not people. Those kind of volume.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean.
This is
Institutions, right?
it's you and me, DVG. It's you and me. Yeah. Still watching. Didn't do any trade yet.
Okay, we're adding to NVIDIA. We're adding to AVGO here in a moment. I really want to see AVGO take off above this 191.51 and get to about 195.80 for my first partial. So anywhere in this area, so 193, 194, something like that, I'll probably take some off. But I'm watching the Qs like a hawk. I've got my call options on. My target there is going to be 191.26 first partial, then 193. If we find some support over 493, we should see a little bit of a push and maybe even some resistance there at 493 on the Qs. So mark your charts, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes NVIDIA. Watch the breakout over 112.49 if we get it. I'll be targeting that 113 print if possible. Here come the Qs. Big push now. Big push. Let's see if we break out. 491 target. Again, just trying to get the scalps in, guys. Here comes NVIDIA looking for 413. We should, or sorry, 113. Sorry. AVGO looking for 194 area, 193, 194. Guys, here comes a breakout in NVIDIA. Excellent, excellent. Anybody in this trade? If you are, give us a holler. Come on now. NVIDIA, go. AVGO, let's go. We'll take a partial on AVGO again if we push out over this 191.50. Excellent. Okay. Come on, AVGO. Give me a little more. Come on. Q's just got over the 200 EMA, and then SPY is at this crucial 573 level. So the question is do we hold and push higher, or do we start to collapse? This is a big moment right now for the SPY. Q's, I need to see it at least push 493 for us, for bulls to even have a fighting chance today. If we don't, guys, we're just going to trim up and take our partials. No big deal, right? You guys see this level, 112.87? We got a partial right in this area. Not a big deal, but AVGO, I might be kicking myself. I wanted a 193 area print before I take a partial. So I'm going to try to be patient here. See if I can get a little more. Guys, keep an eye on Qs. If we get above this 112.87, next target will be 113.50, guys, on NVDA. And then if we get above 113.50, we should see a breakout up to 115. Cue the disclaimer, guys. Cue the disclaimer. It's your money. Do what you want. Not financial advice. Guys, watch AVGO. We should get the breakout here. I'm looking for 193.5 or so, and I'll take a partial. We should get a push. Look at the Qs. Getting a nice push here. Amazon, let's go. Looking for a push over 201. 201.50. I think we get a pop maybe around 201.85 would be an awesome move, and I'll take partials up there, and then we'll let the rest run, guys. AVGO, come on. You're really making me nervous. I need to see that thing push. I don't like this rejection, 112.87. $113.50 on NVIDIA we should take off, but man, it is getting some heat up here, folks. AVGO, look at this massive push. I mean, it was up like 20 some odd %, and it's having trouble moving like $2 right now. Come on, let's go. Take the top off. Let's go. Here we go. All right, let's make some money now, guys. Breakouts here. Here comes the Qs. Watch the pressure build up. SPY holding at 574. It's going to try to push likely to 579 if bulls are serious about this move. Now, be careful. If we get up to that 579 and reject, that means we've got a sell-off probably on our hands coming up. So we talked about it even a couple days ago, like what it looks like to get into an area and then sell off. Supply-demand area is very important right now. But we are traders, so don't be afraid to pay yourself. Seth, yep, right on. Cool. Make money, baby. Yeah, I've been watching coin. I like this trade too, but you know, I might be a little late. I think coin's got a real shot here. I might go long coin actually. If we get over this 220, that might be a miracle move here. All right. Come on, guys. What the heck is going on with AVGO? I don't like this. We need to move now. Everything else is moving. Guys, Amazon, I'm getting ready to take a partial here. I want to get in that 201.50 area. Break out AVGO in 3, 2, 1. Oof. Golly. Seth, glad that's working out, man, on coin. I'm really thinking AVGO 195.80 would be amazing. We got another 5 points on this thing, guys. That'd be a huge trade for me. Right now we're up like 4 points, but I want more. So I may take a partial here, guys, just because it's getting a little nerve-wracking watching the Qs reject and SPY. Can you guys see these levels on my screen by chance? Do you see this, how they're marked up? You notice that NVIDIA, look at 1, 2 times. So 112.85, 112.88. The level that I have marked is 112.87. I'd say that's pretty darn close. Now we get above that, 113.50 becomes a reality. We get above that, we should take off the top and go to 115-ish, which is a big level that we rejected yesterday. AVGO though, I mean, I'd say we nailed that pretty close too. 185.40 on the downside. We got to 185.60. So I'd rather not go down there. Let's continue to push higher now. Guys, watch the Qs, getting ready to take a partial on these options for the Qs. Here comes the move on AVGO. We should get the breakout. Looking for, again, that 193 to 194 area. I'll probably take a partial here. Okay. Just trying to be a little patient and see if I can get a little more alpha out of this. But it's, man, it's nerve-wracking. I'd like to see somewhere in around here, 193 to 194. Where are we at? Yeah, how do you guys feel about Netflix over $900? A nibble, like we did yesterday, maybe. This is so gross, AVGO. What are you doing, man? Come on. If we don't see a breakout right now, guys, I might just start trimming up. But I'm watching the Qs, and the Qs are aiming higher. The SPY is aiming higher.
So guys, I posted a few trades that I'm waiting for me. I'm just putting automatic order. So SMCI over the high of the pre. And small cap BBAI over 350. Pretty small stop. And HPE holding pretty nice the 15. So I want to build position 15.30, half position, 30 cents above the high. And I want to see the volume and add. So these are the things that I'm watching. I'm waiting patiently, you know. I see one bar like this, one bar. I'm just watching my candidates. I'm not, you know, shopping around.
Here comes the boom on NVIDIA. Over this level here, we're over 113. So let's see if we get a 113.50, and I'll take another partial. Otherwise, I'll let the rest run to 115. That's the target. Beautiful trade here, guys. Beautiful trade. Just like a sweet science right here. Here we go. Here comes the pump. I may get into this coin trade. I'm going to wait for a little bit more of a pullback if we get it. If not, we could easily just rip the top off, guys. Coin looking phenomenal. I think
No, I
Seth,
didn't
you
take
posted.
Rigetti. I didn't take Rigetti. No, I'm watching it, but I didn't. Yeah, volume came pretty fast and didn't take it. No. Just watching it.
Okay, taking a little bit off, guys. I don't like this move in AVGO. It needs to pop. And like we're getting a rejection here on the Qs at 491.26.
Did you take AVGO? What did you take? It long?
Yeah, I'm long at 186.70. And added once we got back to that level. Nvidia, same thing. I got in about one
AVGO, it looks like sell the news. It's lower high from the pre-market. Aftermarket, pre-market, it looks like lower high.
Yeah, Qs are bouncing though. So that's a big reason for me. And seeing that big push during earnings and that rejection, like people taking profit, like maybe we get a bounce up to that 195 area before we continue the sell off. But it easily could be selling off here, which we're seeing now at 191.50. We're seeing that rejection continuously. So I'm getting a little bit nervous in this area, which is why I trimmed up a little bit. Gross candle right here, AVGO. Gross. Come on, Amazon. Time to push. Let's see, 219.50. I want to see what it does. 217 is kind of where I want to be on coin.
There's another small cap, GV. Above 710, not going to give him more than 30 cents. GV. Right.
Let's go coin.
Okay. GV in and SMCI in. SMCI did like a 30-40 cents, not enough. I don't want to see this hesitation, especially from the momentum open. So if it's dropped like maybe 5-6 cents under entry, I'm reducing half position. I want to see it immediately. Don't have patience, at least low, not at the open.
Now or never, guys, AVGO and NVIDIA, okay? So we took a small nibble off, or a small trim position here. I'm watching coin now over this 220 print. Let's see what happens. 221 and above, it should rip. Guys, here's the push on NVIDIA, 113.
GV.
AVGO in the house, baby. Let's go. Time to rip. Let's go. Over that 191.51 area now, we should absolutely shred on AVGO.
Okay,
anybody in with me on this trade, give us a holler, give us a like. Come on now.
GV and SMCI.
Let it grow in the spirit of...
Yeah. We have to let it go. I'm just watching it. Yeah. GV has been halted like crazy. So what? We like crazy. If you have a plan... Seth, who cares, You call it crazy, I call momentum. Okay, that's SMCI. SMCI, I want to see it breaking the 38.
Okay, coin. Oh, shoot, I didn't get a chance to post coin.
Okay.
It's a horrible entry. But, it's at least something. So 219.67 is where I end up, which I don't love, but I think, Seth, you got in there earlier, I think. But it's a nibble because I want to see how it behaves up here because it could easily just come back down. I want to see what it does really at 217 is kind of the big level I was watching on coin. As we were able to take a little bit off on this move. So I didn't get the best fill, but 113.30 on the way up. So I got out on NVIDIA for a little partial, but now I'm waiting. I'll leave the rest to go above 113.50. Target will be 115 where I take a little more off and then let it go. Guys, we're about to take a partial on AVGO.
Okay, guys, SMCI. We broke the 38, almost 50. Under 38, I'm going to take the partial. I'm not going to get it goes. I grab something GV, out, quarter in the stop. And BBAI is getting closer. HP still. Everything is there. Okay, SMCI. Took a partial, raising stop under 50. Trading for the opening, not a lot of patience. After that, let it go.
Guys, my next partial on AVGO will be 195.26. Guys, what a monster trade on AVGO, guys. Amazon now on the move. Let's take a small partial here, and then we'll let the rest grow as well. Maybe I should have taken that Netflix trade at 900. Look at it go now, up 4 points. So far, so good, guys. Great day thus far. Great trading. Just now have to be patient on the rest of this. So we might dance around on AVGO, push and pull a bit, right? But I'm watching Amazon move higher. I'm watching coin now move higher. In fact, I may even add to this coin position. Apple is absolutely breaking out. I'm keeping an eye on banks as well at the moment. You know what? Tesla, where's Jim? Jim, you didn't keep me honest with Tesla, man. I didn't get a chance to look at it.
You didn't miss nothing, DVG.
Yeah?
Nothing. Look at the bars. Like they're out of battery. Like the car is out of battery.
It needs a charge?
Yeah, really soon. Really soon.
Jim, too choppy. Yeah, right on, man. But look at Amazon, guys. 202. I love it. I love it. I'm going to wait for this push over 202. I'll get a 202 print partial as well. Here comes, I'm going to say like 202.80 would be amazing, but anywhere in the 202 print, I'm happy to take it. I want to just see it like, 202.30, 202.36 right now. Looks like a good sell-off area. Coin looking fantastic. Wow, guys. What a great day it is. Just remember, you got to get paid when these moves happen, because if they don't, or if you don't, like, we'd easily sell off. And
yeah.
Especially when you're going counter trend like this. And this is why. Look at Amazon. We took some off 202 print. Not so great. I got 202.03, whatever. I'm not disappointed. But look at the sell-off now. Is this a retest, or is this a baiting the hook for the bulls? Let's see. I know we're seeing a lot of money move to the bond market right now, which is not great for equities, but
GV, we can take another scalp above 710 with a stop exactly 30 cents, exactly like the first trade. Scalp, when you have the partial 3/4, raise your stop. That's the strategy there. BBAI, not ready yet. SMCI, we took the right partial, now it's just screwing around, but I don't care. I have a stop in the system. I raised it even under the entry. And you have to be aggressive, especially with the move of the market, because you can be really deep in the money, and if you're not following some rules, immediately going to be red. And this is the worst things to do, after you are green in a trade, to finish it red. Unacceptable.
I totally agree.
Unacceptable. This is one of the worst things that can happen for a trader, huh?
Yep.
You still remember, that you are green and suddenly you finish it red. Huh?
Yep.
Nightmare.
It's happened to every one of us. If you've been doing this long enough, it's happened at one point in your career. But the big thing is, don't do it.
Another thing that you can know if you do journaling, guys, which is super important, because you can know your DNA. So sometimes, especially in TradeView, you can actually, when you log your trades, and you can know what percentage of the money you took. Like, for example, if there was an X amount of money and you just, and cash, let's say 30% of something was wrong in the way you actually traded. So you can know especially how much money was in certain time of the trade. So if you get at least like 60%, that's good. So
well, we might get stopped out of the rest of our AVGO trade. We'll hang on to it just for a bit longer, right? But good news is we took a big partial up here. And on days like today, counter trend, I get it. We could bounce, but I can always add if I want to, right? There's no harm in taking a profitable trade and then letting the rest grow. And if it doesn't grow, dump it, right? Because you can always get a second chance, as Amir likes to call it, right? But
Yeah,
at the end of the day,
definitely.
we're traders, not investors. So sometimes I hear about people that get in an entry like, oh, I thought this was going to happen and this is what was supposed to happen. Like, no, that markets don't care about your feelings or your emotions. Right? They're here to take your money the same way you're trying to take money from the markets, right? So
you need to be objective. You need to be objective. That's
absolutely.
it. You have to see and boom, be very sharp and very. After you trade like this in your real life, you start behave like this, and sometimes it's not so good.
you meet people and you're like, I don't have time for this nonsense. Dump them, right?
Or when you go with your wife and she doesn't like the attitude, so not for her, for somebody else. So
no comment. Yeah. I'm not going to get myself in trouble on that one.
No, it's
in case my wife watches, but I don't think.
She knows. She knows exactly what she's married. Believe me. Yeah.
Ugly sell here. Watching my coin position right now. Obviously, I'm happy that we took partials. This is
exactly what we talked. DVG.
Yep.
Exactly. You have to take the money. This is why you see SMCI. We took the money, raised the stop to the entry. Boom. Who cares? Same in GV. Yeah. Start from scratch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess the good news there too in a situation like this, as we're talking about that type of an example, is because in the case of, let's say, AVGO, we took a partial, or even NVIDIA, we took a partial, I can still leave the same amount of risk as I was planning on beforehand on the initial trade, but now we're back right at my entry. So I'm not as worried about it. Am I, a little troubled that, hey, I gave a little bit of profit back because the trade moved against for a moment in a pullback. Yeah, but that's part of the game in a way. Retracing to a level and then bouncing off a level. That's what I want to see. If anything, it gives me an opportunity to add again if the trade works out. And so, kind of back to your point, Amir, it's knowing and being very, very intentional about a trade is key. And when it doesn't work, you might take a little bit of a haircut, but the setup is what matters. On the off chance, say coin, I'm going to add here.
I'm in favor also on reducing. I don't have problem reducing. If I have, I can add back.
Yep.
So I can get even 3 trades that I'm losing, but it will be rare that all of them will be full risk.
Mm-hmm.
Rare, very rare. You can be half position sometimes, it can be even quarter. And that's the control. I don't care about, percentage. It's the quality. But, when the trade's going, let it grow. So that's the issue, Control your losses and let grow your winners.
Okay, I'm in the coin here. Again, I don't mind this pullback because we started with a nibble, was waiting for this pullback to 217 area. We talked about it. Want to add now to right around my entry. And then if we take off literally over the high, I'm going to add full size so we get a carry out for the breakout, okay? Cue the disclaimer, do whatever you want, it's your money. It's not financial advice. Here we go.
Still in GV. I have a stop under 680. Just choppy around here. I'm okay. It's the second trade. Holding pretty nice the V-up, holding pretty nice the 9 EMA. If you're gonna break the 740-1-2, boom shakalak. And you know. Want to buy half position LUNR over 880. Today, for some reason, it's become a small cap day, but who cares? These are the momentum. 31 cent stop. I'm going to add above the high, but I want to see if they are holding the VWAP. And HP still above 1530.
Okay, now we get, if Amazon, for example, it's a new high breakout. If coin, I'm literally putting it up there right now at the session high. So 222.05, I'm putting it 222.06, full size ad. So it'll move my dollar cost up, right? But I'm looking to see if this carries the breakout up to like 226, maybe 228.
DVG, see how Nvidia is bouncing every time from the VWAP.
Yep.
But there's battle in Nvidia today, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the bars, the red bars, the green bars, huh? There is actually a battle there. Really.
I'm seeing the SPY way stronger than the Qs today, which tells me one of two things. If the Qs actually get some Momo behind it, we should lift and test that 579 area for the SPY, which then puts us over 493 on the Qs. But lots and lots of selling happening right now. I'd say predominantly on the not just retail side, but hedge fund side.
Guys, great partial in GV. Again, working with limits. I'm taking in those kind of trades 3/4. 70 cents. Stop is under 680. Have still a quarter.
Here comes the coin trade, guys. In fact, I may add a 221 full size. I really want to see that validation over 222, so I tell you what, I'll keep it up there. Just because as a principle, that's the idea. I'm watching Costco here at 970 as well. I don't know what the heck, what is this? That is 985. 985 for a bounce. I'm going to nibble at 970.41 on Costco. Small size. 970.41.
Wow, we're getting crazy today. And I'm not there.
All right. I'm gonna sit back, relax, and see if we break out. AVGO is the only concern I have right now. NVIDIA, I don't mind. Let it dance a little bit. But I really need to see AVGO get back up to that 193 and then really start to, take off. Want to see 195.80? So for those of you guys that can see my screen, there's that level, 195.80. Push above there, we should be looking at 200. But 195.80 is kind of a magic area I want to see a bounce to. No entry on Costco, which is fine. Wanted to see if we get a bounce, and if we do, target will be, I don't know, probably around 980.
What a great move this is. The QQQ is going to go to 493, actually.
We need to get out of this range, DVG. We need to go out of this range because it's watching the screener. They just screen. We have to go out of this range.
Yeah, I need the Qs right now to push 493, at least test it so that my Amazon position can collect, AVGO can collect, NVIDIA can collect. And look, guys, we're about to get an entry on Costco. Again, I want to see that 970.41. So I'm still waiting for the price action to come to me, not the other way around. Here comes NVIDIA.
Okay, LUNR, guys, half in. High of the day is 920. And definitely we have a space from the pre-market. Over 920, gonna add more.
Ooh, I
I don't see the volume. I want to see the volume pick up, which I don't see it.
Really don't like that rejection right now on the Qs.
Still waiting for HP.
Ooh, that's not good. Qs right now. That was an ugly move just now, guys.
We were
Very
talking
concerning.
about this, huh? The same old behavior, huh? Same old behavior.
To your point, needs to get out of this, like especially the Qs. They got to get above 492 in a hurry. If they stay below 491.26, that was a big level.
I'm not getting
rejection.
nothing. I see all the stocks. Yeah. Okay, guys, almost 20 in LUNR, but I want to see the volume. I don't see the volume, which I don't like, but still it's fine. I want to see the volume. Lots of shorts there. I want to see them. Maybe the capitulation above 920 over the high. Probably it's going to be their stop there. They're like more than 20% shorts in LUNR. HP, false slip. BBAI, nothing. Guys, who is in GV? New high in GV. Dollar. $8 stocks, $1. That's a great stock. Again, new high. Maybe we're going to see $1.50. Somebody took the GV, guys.
Ooh, crude's on the move, so that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw Oxy. Yeah.
Guys, I might dump AVGO here in a moment, unfortunately. As long as Nvidia is aiming a little bit higher, I'm gonna be okay with hanging on to AVGO because it's also up 4.5% almost. But this price action should have completed up to this 195.80 area.
We need to see Nvidia going over 113, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if it's dropping again from there, it starts to perform a lower high, which I don't like it. I don't like it.
I'm looking at Amazon here. Again, contemplating trimming. I mean, I'll trim if we don't get over 202 and change, or basically the high obsession in the next move. I'm looking at the Qs and hate it right now. This is not good for my long positions.
Charlie, the vocabulary is wrong. What do you mean you don't dare? Again, I didn't say push the button, put your all buying power and close your eyes. None of the things will refer to that. Trading plan, 710, 30 cent stop, let it grow. Now, probably we're gonna get $2 on $8 stop, okay? So you can put automatic orders, and that's it, you know. Just because it's a small cap, you use the same vocabulary. You use the same playbook, you use the same everything, really. The liquidity is amazing. This is a momentum like for few days. Again, some people say it's crazy. I told you when we started the first trade, it's a momentum. It's not crazy. It's a momentum. You want to be in a momentum because everybody is there. You want to see liquidity. And when you get liquidity and so much demand, you can expect, $2 from $8 stock. Okay? And just because right now you see 75%. Last week I traded a stock, I think that was almost 500%. Things happen. I don't control. And okay, guys, LUNR over the high 920. I want to put much more size. I don't see yet the volume. Again, these are two candidates that I had from the pre-market. HPE and LUNR. HP is still sleeping.
AVGO might have to dump the rest of this, guys, unfortunately. What a disaster move in the Qs.
Like we didn't know that, huh? Every day, same. Yeah.
Very, very disappointing. It happens.
HPE, I'm raising my stop for the first half 5 cents under the entry. 875 under the 9 EMA. I just want to see that if something happened, we have the control. GV is still holding. If somebody is still there, I'm starting to raise my stop 780. Okay, wow. Look at GV, DVG. 710, now it's 910. $2. Unbelievable. And the volume is just picking up.
It looks like we are about to fall off of a cliff on these cues right now.
In GV, the cliff is opposite.
Mountain.
Look at this. Look at this. Now it's new high. And you know what's going to happen, guys, above 10. You know, above 10, maybe biggers will come and we're going to see it. Now it's 85%. We talked earlier it was 73. Probably it's going to pass the 100%.
Well, this is why we take partials and counter trends, guys. I mean, this is perfect case in point. Like what we talked about earlier, you don't want to have a red day and then give it back green, or give back a green day and turn red. Like that's
you want a red day that's turned to be green.
Yes, exactly.
That's your fantasy. Yeah.
Sellers are here, guys. I may turn to short positions across the board here. Being cautious. NVIDIA, I don't mind. It's a slower mover, but like we took our partial. I'm not too worried about that. AVGO though, I'm gonna probably get rid of it here. Yeah, that's it. That's gonna do it.
LUNR still keeping the high. I like what I see there. Nothing that happened in the market, influence, but above the high, which is 914, 15, we're going to add more.
Everybody keeps saying uncertainty on the news. It's ridiculous. Like, we've known it's uncertain for a long time. All right, guys, be careful here. We're getting the Fed starting to voice their opinions. So, man, make sure you keep some powder dry for this afternoon. I think it's, if we start seeing some spikes in and around Jerome Powell, which is at 12:30, guys, like that's, for me at least, that's where I'm going to be keeping some powder dry to take advantage of the move, whether it's up or down. I could care less. Oof, gross. Look at this move, guys, on the cues. I knew it looked bad. Just didn't think it would turn that bad. My goodness, that's awful.
Maybe the algo, when they know that it's happened, need to buy it and just do the opposites, because it's
hey
routine.
Guys, Moderna. Side note. Got a notification. Got over $36. Sorry, you're sitting here.
No, nothing. I'm not gonna get into anything right now. I want to see
how far low we go. I mean, that's what
I'm looking at. I don't know. I want to analyze what I see. Like. Have any question, guys?
That movement in the Qs is really gross. We bounce here and get over VWAP, aka like 490, then I'm gonna go long everything. But right now, this looks really gross. AKA a downside move. Tesla trying to hold on to that 262 level we've been talking about for the last few days.
Okay, HP guys. Poke the 30 like 2 cents.
All right, guys. I may trim up on some of these with a more hard stop loss on, like, say like Nvidia. Like, I don't mind losing a point or so on that, but AVGO, I think that's it. I'll probably dump this thing, but I'm gonna probably wait till Jerome Powell at 12:30.
I'm going to tell you, Charlie. It's not the A++. For me, earlier now to be the A++, I had to see a lot of institutional, which I didn't. Now all this analyze I'm doing on the pre-market, and if you see, you can watch it even on 2 minutes earlier now from the opening. Although it has a big drop, buyer step the first minute, and immediately raise it above the VWAP the entire day. Until now, it's only above the VWAP, and now it's even gets very nice support from the 9 EMA. And for me, nothing that happened there, it doesn't have affection from the market. And that gives me, the idea, and I like to find those kind of trades. Sometimes I thought HP will be much better until now, but I didn't see any volume coming because lots of institutions are in HP, and I like this formation, and I have the the levels from the pre, and I'm actually ready for that. So sometimes although you see them minus so much, I want to see what's happened as the market open. So sometimes there is creativity in trading. You can think out of the box, but you have a reason for that. So this is why I'm in those. Okay, earlier now in full position, I add over the high, and now let's see. I want to see the volume coming. Makes sense, Charlie?
Nvidia now pulling back sharply. Yeah, not incredibly surprised, but
Yeah. Didn't break the 113, so basically when it didn't, we actually had to push the button, DVG. Yeah. Sometimes this is difficult trades to do, you just buy and just put a stop above 113, you don't risk so much. Sometimes it's difficult. Okay, Alien now. Okay, start to picking. Look, Charlie, look at Alien now. It's now 60 cents. And like 25 from the edge. You can see the level 2. You can see that how fast it start to move. Okay, look at this. Now it's 950. Okay, you can see the level 2. The volume start to picking up. That's good. You want to see that. You want to see it. It's kind of strengths your...
Whoa, guys, look at this move now.
Okay. Somebody took the LU now, guys. That's what most of the people, and then what if you actually get the right trigger by kicking them, all the people in short Charlie, that's what you see when we broke the high, that the volume start to picking up because there's tons of, stop orders for people that start to, they saw the stock is so many percent down, so you automatically think I'm going to short it. Uh, Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Guys, be careful. This could be potential. We got bulls showing up, pushing us to the VWAP on the Qs, met by bears that are like, nah, we want the price to continue lower. So I may actually look to short this move. I'm going to wait for this candle to kind of complete the price action, but that's really gross. We literally came up, rejected immediately right at the VWAP.
Yeah.
So if we do not rip higher like right now, it's game over. Let's, be in a position to short these markets.
In NVIDIA, you really see the battle, DVG. You see?
Mm-hmm.
You really see the pressure of the shorts and the buyers. Wow. It's like a fist fight. Really. Really aggressive.
I'm telling you, if we get over 489.50, I'm going to load the boat with some call options. Again, target there will be, let's call it 495.
Okay. Elio now still above the 9 EMA. I feel okay. I can raise my stop under the 9. I'm not going to give it under. I don't want to see it breaking strongly. I don't want to see it going now to the view up. This is not the trade that I'm watching. So, guys, let's see. MU was the candidate, but I didn't find any place there. 92.60, 50 cents. Okay. I have a trigger. I'm not going to push it immediately. I want to see MU. MU is much stronger and it's above the... It's stronger, much stronger than NVIDIA today. 92.60. I like this level. I want to see what the market is doing. I'm not going to buy it immediately. I want to see the Q going maybe around 190.
Gross.
But definitely MU is much stronger. It's above the view up, and I like this.
Amazon now tanking. I'm gonna probably have to trim that up. Yeah, guys, I'm looking at. We got to find some shorts here because this is really not a great move. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till 12:30. I'm gonna go make a cup of tea, and I will be back in a bit. Let's see, Amir. Are you gonna be around later or?
Yeah. I'm gonna be here at least like 45 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, cool. See you in a bit.
Thanks. Now LUNR is... SPY still at the close of yesterday, and even the Qs, although it's an ugly bar, just observing right now. You're in Marna, Jay? I haven't seen Marna in a while. Let's see. Marna. Poof. Remember it was 60. Used to trade with the traders, and he took it around 60. It was not objective, but I remind him that he need a stop. He took it for a swing, I think, but I think he got out. Yeah. Think about if you don't have a stop. You bought it around 60. It's dropped down to 30, exactly 50%. Amazing, huh? The market is now, yeah. Yeah, but you can't do nothing, Monk. With those kind of bars, right now you just can't. I don't have problem, still to observe. Yeah, just destroy everything, which, what can you do? Yeah, me too. I need to see, just one amazing bar down. I'm gonna scalp NVIDIA here. Over 110. Low over there is the stop. I'm seeing it like 10, 109.60. I don't want to see it breaking not now 109.60. If so, yeah, 110, 50 cents. I want to see if we can do like 1 to 3 in NVIDIA. So I'm waiting for this, for scalping NVIDIA. Michael, when there's rain, everybody's get wet. So that's what you see in all of the stocks. Okay, the volume is coming. Okay. NVIDIA in. Want to see the next bar in NVIDIA.
Hey, I'll just get back. We are officially in under that 486. So let's keep it on under 484.25 is where I'm watching potential breakdown further to the downside under like down to 480. So be careful if you're long for sure. I'll be back.
Okay, NVIDIA did a retest. I want to see it, okay, above 110.30, which was the previous high of the bar. Meanwhile, McDonald's all-time high. So people still like burgers. MCI, SMCI, same, yeah, probably the same. I don't know, I don't like the charter in SMCI. Still at the entry, NVIDIA. Definitely you can see the battle there. We are 50 cents both sides. HP is still holding. Okay, NVIDIA. I'm in NVIDIA and HP. LUNR, I got out exactly in the under the entry. I add, so the average price, just because what happened in the market, so I'm not there, LUNR. HP, I'm still there, and NVIDIA. Jeff, I see that SMCI is doing a little bit not better, but yeah, it just move over the 9 EMA before NVIDIA. Okay, 60 cent in NVIDIA. I want to see if NVIDIA can get to the 111.50. So it's another point. That's my target for this scalp. So you had a stop there. Oh, you had a very small stop there. I think with SMCI you have to see if you can get to the 37.30. A little bit under, you can throw an order a little bit before the view up. Right now you're in the close. Okay, NVIDIA guys. Get into 1 point. Again, my target is 111, a little bit under 111.50. Somebody took the NVIDIA trade, guys. You're quiet in this room, huh? You don't like to interact. Okay. So I have a point in NVIDIA. I need to see another 50 cents, and I'm taking 3/4 of the scalp. Good, Dan. Really good. I'm just throwing an order before the 50. 40 something, you can take it. You don't have ready to sell. Yeah, but sometimes, the power, it's depend on the day, on the news and the momentum. Sometimes SMCI has even more. Amir. Sanal, I'm Amir, not Meir. Different person, same last name. I start to see that the capitulation down is stopped, and I got a resolution that I saw that every bar start to hold the levels of the 60, 109.60. And again, the risk reward plan was pretty good, to the view up from there, it was almost 1 to 3. And that's it, you know. And I made it as a scalp, meaning I'm going to sell 3/4, raise the stop to the entry. So right now it's 1 to 2. Definitely you can actually take a profit, and but that's the reason. No, no, don't apologize. It's fine. It's fine. Um, you know, there's different type of trades today. Um, I prefer more the scalps, you know, to take the profit like we did with GV on the two trades. GV exactly because it's, you know, it's a small cap, huge momentum, and I prefer to capture. And NVIDIA, it was again, just a second, I need to open the door.
Okay. So Ukraine truce potentially, and then Fed Williams is speaking right now. Again, Fed heads are going to be talking all day today, so be expecting some of that volatility to whip around. Here's the good news, the bad news. The good news is we're pushing back to certain levels. The bad news is we're rejecting those same levels as well. But this is the trouble. If you're counter trend going long, you got to take partials. If you are, short and it's moving in favor, don't be afraid to trim at certain levels. Keep looking left and find out, like you talked about 484.25 on the Qs, for example. That is right around the area we started to bounce. And ironically, hey, there's some news that comes out, right? So it's just kind of interesting that, I don't want to say the games are playing, but it is fascinating when you start to understand and kind of add 3 or 4 separate scenarios, aka, hey, here's a magic level, here's a bunch of liquidity, here's a bunch of volatility. Now let's release some news right at that level. It's just kind of convenient, I suppose. But keep an eye on these levels, guys. We just had a big bounce based off Fed Williams comments.
Okay. Came back. We took a scalp in NVIDIA GVG from 110. Guys,
Nice.
exactly, you see, I had an order. I didn't have to be here. Under 11.50, $1.50, 3/4. Stop under the entry. Boom shakalak.
Boom
Exactly.
shakalaka, indeed.
Exactly. Today it's scalp day. So I know that some of you took it, so that's a good trade. Wow, look at Apple with the bar in Apple. And even in the SPY. Today the bars are crazy, DVG. Look at the bars. But you know what, DVG? I think that today We're gonna finish at the high. Look at the
I think
range of
so
the
too.
bars.
I
Look
really
at the
do.
bars. The volume of the bar that picking up from the bottom are much stronger. Like somebody come and want to finish, bring the market high at the end of the weekend. Yeah, looks like. Yeah.
I have a feeling I know who's helping to lead that direction, right? I mean, we've got
Who? Who?
Trump, right?
Oh,
I
okay.
think historically, I should say, after his first term, he used the stock market as a barometer of his performance as a president.
We don't
So
have
when you,
problem with that.
yeah, so exactly. But if you're seeing that markets right now are tanking in his first 90 days in office or what have you, I imagine he might be looking around going, "Hey, we got to do something about that. Go fix it." So we'll see. And there's kind of some news brewing right now. There's likely a truce between Russia and Ukraine potentially,
Yeah.
which I mean that would be amazing if we could, because war is never a fun thing. Now or never, bulls. Otherwise, it was just another opportunity to short more.
I'm just writing you. I don't know yet the stop, but I want to add in NVIDIA, if we're gonna break the 111.80, we're gonna clean the view up, and right now for the ad, I don't want to take a dollar stop, but okay, what's the low of this one? Yeah, like an 80-cent stop on the ad, guys. So I'm gonna put much more
I'm going to try
amount
AVGO
here.
again. 185.40.
NVIDIA. And Jeff, same trigger with your SMCI, 37.40. You can add also. Yeah.
Guys,
Give
I think we're
yourself
going to
like a
take out the
50-cent
top
stop.
now.
So it's the same
Pretty
trade,
strong move.
Jeff. You left the call, Jeff, in your SMCI? Okay.
Okay, we got a small size. We're trying this AVGO trade again here off this 185.40. So we're in now. Hopefully it doesn't become resistance. I want that to become the floor, and then we push higher. So first target will be 188 and change right at the VWAP, then 190 and so on.
Yeah, I like the NVIDIA. Look at the volume bars in the last 5-minute candle.
Yeah, big level 111.86 now.
Yeah.
Based on
Above
the
80.
previous day prior action. So let's call it 112. As soon as you get up to 112, there's your next.
3, 7, 11. Almost 15 million shares of NVIDIA were bought in the last 20 minutes, I see. Like it? Yeah, we had to take the Rigetti. I didn't. Today it's not my Rigetti. I don't see it. Yeah, there was a good area around 9 to buy some. It was maybe 20-cent stop. What you trade, Jeff? I used to call it. I'm all the way out. Don't do always old. You won't take 70, 80%. Just leave a call. If you don't have reason to sell area of target, it doesn't mean that leave a call or something. Maybe raise the stop. Teach yourself to, because you never know. Let's say for example with SMCI, if it's breaking the 37.40 or something, the high of the day is another 70 cent. And, if the market is going above the view up, NVIDIA, booms, all the sector, it can actually drive it. You never know. You know exactly where is your stop. But where it's gonna go up? Don't try even to guess. Believe me. I like your number. I don't know, yeah, how much you are risking in a trade, but the way you should handle the trade doesn't have to rely on what you achieved, because then you're trading money. You have to trade the chart. If you start to trade money, you're gonna fucked up. Like for example, again, I'm not getting into I don't know how you trade, but you say you don't want to jeopardize 50 cent 100, 5600, okay? And now the question is whether it can be 53 or maybe it can turn to be 65. I don't know, really. But each trade need to have the plan, and you have to navigate through your trading plan, not your total. Okay? Even on scalp, you have so much, a way to trade it. Depend on which type of trade you're doing it. Sometimes you can trade it by, some people trade by 1-1 to the risk and then 1 to 2 out. Some of them, technical, like risk reward. I like to do it a lot. So maybe I can throw 3 quarters and then raise my stop and let the last quarter, sometimes even less, to surprise me. So it's really depend. Scalp is very wide world. But definitely I see Nvidia and I see SMCI, both of them are locked between the 9 and the VWAP, which I like it. Could it start to get like a triangle? Really nice triangle. DVG, you have the chart of Nvidia that you can put. So if it's not here, just imagine guys in Nvidia from the low put higher low line, and from the high you just put lower high, so you can see really nice rectangular now. Which way it's gonna break, if it's gonna break up or it's break down, I really don't know, but definitely it's getting there. It's really strong. You can see right now it's the higher low with a good volume, and from 10 o'clock something you could see the lower high. So it will be nice to see. I'm very happy to hear. I don't know you, Jeff, so I'm just raising everything like because I don't know. Uh, you don't care that I will trust you. You should trust yourself. That's the most important. But really, good. If you have solid plan, well done. Probably how long are you trading, Jeff? How long are you trading?
Hey guys, now another AVGO, I'm going to add over the previous high to the left here. So that's what 185.80. If we get above there, trying to get a little bit of a hero trade, buying the dip. Otherwise, I will be shorting. But if we're going to break out now to the upside, what needs to happen in the next call it 5 minutes. So 11. We have Kugler speaking at 12:20, and then the big boy Jerome Powell 12:30. So definitely keep some powder dry as we come into the afternoon. But just trying to nibble on some of these trades as we go to the lows here. Maybe we could pick up some of these pieces off the bottom, get a move as Jerome Powell speaks to the upside if it's positive news. If not, guys, we'll just get out of the way. Okay, no need to fight the tape.
I had to write it earlier, Jeff, but yeah, I knew that you have experience, by the way we handle those conversations, yeah. I knew that you are trading more than X years. Yeah, good. HP still okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we trade different, but definitely I think you can understand each other. I understand, he understand. Each one evaluate different. Each one have different values, and it's fun. There's not really one way. I'm happy that you feel comfortable. That's definitely what you need to. Um, so HPM still have position, stop under 15. Um, I don't know the original plan. If it's something will happen, volume come above 1550. Gonna add Nvidia add above 1180 and took the partial 3/4 1 to 3. And if you have any question, ask me, because if not, I'm gonna be out. I'm not here all the time, so if you need to ask question, whatever, definitely you can email me, and that's my mail. And sometimes I'm posting trade that I'm doing with my student, because I'm doing a lot of mentoring. So I'm putting you here. I have a YouTube channel which I'm actually putting some of the trades, and so if no question, thank you guys. Um, Probably I will join sometimes next week. Have a great weekend. Bye bye. Thank you.
All right, y'all. How many folks we still got here? 23 folks. Let's keep a close eye as Jerome Powell comes on here in 8 minutes. We currently have Fed's Kugler speaking. Right now, I'd be eyeballing both directions. Obviously, we're literally at the lows and not looking great. That said, we are in the AVGO trade again here at this 185.40. Let me go ahead and bring my screen up here. So notice, obviously, like NVIDIA, I probably won't touch it till we get over this 109.21. I need to see that retested if I'm thinking about buying that dip coin with a big sell-off after comments that, frankly, we kind of knew about yesterday, that the U.S. doesn't plan to add to their current crypto holdings, but could be an area to nibble down here in the event that we do move higher. So I'm looking at some of these names that have been really beat down. Meta is another example. I nibbled at 605. I still have that. I don't mind. It's a small size, but I'll get back in if we get above 605. I'll add to that position in the event that we do bounce. I'd like to see a bounce just because right now we are in deep trouble to the downside. So, you know, any kind of bounce would be well received, I think. That said, just note, I mean, we've got a lot of resistance overhead now. So if we start breaking these levels and we, you know, push higher, that's kind of, I don't want to say it's a miracle, but in the spirit of being a day trader, right? We get paid, take your partials. If the move continues, great. If it doesn't, like, be protected by the downside. When earlier today, had the call options, saw this rejection, got out of my call options here, waited to see what would happen here. We rejected the view up, and I got in basically right about here for put options. Took some off here, got a bounce. We remember that big bounce. Almost got taken out, to be honest, on those put options. Waited a little bit to see what we would do at this 200. We continued the rejection. I got out of the rest of my put options right about here. So good news is, like, I'm happy to re-engage in a short trade if it makes sense. But right now, at these levels, I do want to see at least a bounce of some kind. Frankly, for either A, validate a long position, nibble, and take it for a ride to the upside. Conversely, if the sell-off continues, we have all these areas marked up. 43.13 on the Qs. Right now, the premiums are pretty reasonable. Some of them are kind of stacked up, depending on how far out you go from a premium perspective. So definitely keep an eye on, you know, all your different Greeks for those of you trading options. Again, I have an ad over 605 on Meta ready to go. It could turn into an area of resistance, but that's fine. It started with a small nibble position anyways. So if we get above that, which we're about to any moment, and in fact, I'll put that up here. So we're in the Meta trade. We just added at 605 again from our initial entry. Tried to catch it on the way there. We obviously went a little bit lower, which was fine. If we're back at 605, I'll add. Was basically looking to see if we get a break under 600, which we didn't. So far, so good on the Meta trade. Obviously, 5 points, don't love that, but it's a $600 stock, so it is what it is. Vikas, thank you. Appreciate you being here. So let's keep an eye, though, guys, on this bounce. 5 more minutes before Jerome Powell speaks. If you are in any kind of position, trim, because it's going to get volatile here real quick, real soon. Cue the disclaimer, right? It's your money, do whatever you want. But I'm hoping for a push higher, personally. Doesn't have to happen, though. This is a break of structure, change of character, complete. Like, we are now officially in a downtrend in the market. So yes, we've had a downtrend line, but now we are officially today. We tapped into a bear market based on what we saw today in the sell-off. So can we bounce above and try to save it so that bears and bulls have a fight? Or is it just, hey, bears win and down we go? So definitely be cautious. You know, if you are taking any position here before 12:30 that you're either A, trimming up, B, assessing risk, etc. Because whatever happens in the next 3 minutes or so, it's going to get pretty volatile. So let's be cautious. Hopefully you guys can see some of these levels. 483.13 is what I have marked on the Qs. 486.09. Obviously the close right around 488 and change, and then 491.26 kind of towards, that was a previous rejection in the last couple of days, is up at this 491.26. So if we do manage to push higher, be expecting a breakout above that. So again, we've got a ton of levels of resistance on the way up. So as you're going, knocking off some profit on the way up, fine. I mean, you could be a YOLO trader and just let it grow, right? But it's definitely risky business right now. So definitely trade cautiously, folks. So let's give it a couple minutes here. Again, watching this 109.21 on NVIDIA. Do we push higher? Does that become an area of resistance? If so, short. If we go above it, maybe potentially long. Keep an eye on the levels here on the left. So in a lot of cases, what these big hedge funds are doing is let's say that they have puts, and then they're waiting to buy more shares down here. As an example, like let's say if it's the Qs or any of the stocks, right? So it's a little bit, that's what options are traditionally for. So for those of you guys using just naked calls, naked puts, like, frankly, I've been trading those a little bit in a separate account, but that's typically how it works, especially during earnings. What you'll see is people will either sell or buy puts depending on the direction that they're thinking the stock will move, and then either shorting or buying shares as a result, because those premiums can get pretty expensive. All right, guys, we're coming up on 1 minute before Jerome Powell speaks. Be aware. We probably see a little bit of this, then we'll see a little bit of this, then we'll see, just be patient in the move. So if you're, like I said, if you're in a position now, it could be a good idea to trim up, at least if it's profitable, and then you can always add if it starts moving in favor. This is almost like a midday, like a earnings report almost, as far as volatility goes. All right, guys, we're approaching 15 seconds or so. Again, it doesn't always speak right on the dot, but I'm going to listen in here. It doesn't look good. Kind of rejecting some of these areas. A little bit of a muted move initially. No word yet. Sure, he's probably. Here comes Jay Powell. Not in a hurry to adjust interest rates. Not good to start. It's not a good start, guys. Labor market solid. Inflation somewhat above 2% goal. Again, not good. Moving closer to market use economies in place. Despite elevated uncertainty, Fed policy is on a preset course to maintain policy. Again, I don't think they're going to cut rates. If inflation progress stalls, or inflation falls more than expected, I don't like it. Let's wait. Concerning around Trump administration policies may have economic effects remains high. 2% inflation goal is still a focus. Recent 8 quarters point to moderation in fiscal spending. Heightened uncertainty remains to be seen. How this will affect future spending and investment. Labor market is not a significant source of inflationary pressure. Fed won't overreact to 1 or 2 readings. Central bank doesn't have to be in a hurry. Okay, so it's essentially not unchanged. I mean, it's not really that big of a surprise. But he is marking like, hey, this uncertainty is concerning. It's not to say that we're not going to cut rates. It's not going to say we're going to hike rates. They're just saying we're going to keep things the same for now until if inflation gets a little bit out of hand, then we'll cut rates. But right now, it's okay. It's moderate. This uncertainty that's rising is a concern, but it's not going to affect policy at the moment for Jerome Powell. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing. So let's see what happens. It's probably going to be a little bit of a muted move. I think it could be an opportunity to find some shorts. So let's see if we get a bounce. If we do get a bounce, keep your eye out for potential projection to the downside. Obviously, if you are long, take your partials on the way up and then let the rest grow if you are in a position that is moving in favor. So definitely trade cautiously. We have these levels marked on names like NVIDIA. This is 109.21. I'm going to see what it does here. If we actually can hold this level, I may be willing to go long this up to about the VWAP or the close, so about 1.5 points or so. Trying to focus on some of these names. Yes, they're volatile. Yes, they're liquid, but I don't really mind if it moves $1 to the downside, right? Like I can afford $1. But when you're looking at names like Meta, for example, hence why it's a smaller size, it's up to almost 3 points, which is great for our position. Maybe around 610, I'll take some off. Obviously, I want to see a push to VWAP, which is around 614. And if we get that, awesome. But I may not hold my entire position up until 614. So hopefully that makes sense, guys. Definitely trade safe. This is a pop I was thinking was going to happen. If we start seeing some rejection, be careful. Okay. Would absolutely love to see it get over 486. That was our footing from before. So that's likely going to be a ceiling. So if we do test that level, note we're coming into the 200 EMA right now. If we get to 486, that's the floor that we used to have. And we broke that floor today twice, 1 and 2. So if 486 becomes a new floor again, we've now retested it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and plus yesterday 7 times. And that could become our floor, aka start to push higher. So definitely be be ready, I should say. So running into this 200 EMA, if we get some selling, I wouldn't be surprised. It's also a key level on the fibs. So keeping an eye on where we're at exactly right now on the Qs. Let's see if we get a push higher. Our AVGO trade is working out. I'll probably take a partial in that 189 print if we get it. I would absolutely love to get 191.5 on this AVGO trade for a 6-point move. That would be incredible. But I'm not getting greedy. Just right now, it's talking about volatility. Man, it's brutal. Four distinct areas: trade, immigration, and fiscal policy and regulation. Not in a hurry to make a decision, waiting for additional clarity. Whatever that means. Thanks, Jay Powell. Will this be one of the first times that he actually helps push markets higher? Considering his batting average? I don't know. Okay, getting ready to take a partial here on my AVGO print. Let's see if we get this 189. It's close enough for me. I'm going to take a little bit off on this AVGO trade. I can always, let it keep running, which is fine by me. But really, 191.50 is my target for my first partial. But with this happening right now, and I'm at that level, I'm not going to risk it. All right. So we'll take some off of this AVGO trade. Nice move, a little over 3.5 points or so. Not too bad. NVIDIA looking interesting. There goes my move on AVGO. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, here we go. Question Q&A time. This is where it gets interesting. One person can ask one question, and someone goes, "Nah, I didn't like his answer." Dump, right? So be careful. While this looks great to begin with, if you are long, take your partials, right? We're going to get ready to take a partial here on Meta. Maybe in this 608 print, that looks okay to me. I'll wait for maybe 610 if we get there. I'll just be patient here. I like this move on the Qs, but we're right at the 200 EMA. If you guys are watching this, hopefully you have it on your charts. Notice this AVGO is one of the only names out there that is above the 200. Tesla, also an exception right now. Just got over the 200 EMA. Right? So Qs now getting above the 200 EMA. We're likely going to see a fight right here. Let me zoom in here so you guys can see it. You see that? We're probably going to fight a little bit in this area, which we're going to see reflected in names like NVIDIA, Meta, and AVGO. So this is why when I'm looking at taking partials in names where I'm long and we're going into a 200 EMA, I use this as my driver versus this, because we're more than likely going to see this react and then this either be ahead of the charge or right at the same level. But that's why we're taking these partials in that move, okay? Hopefully that helps. Now I'm going to wait for AVGO to get to 191.5 before I take another partial. That's where my goal is, and then I'll let the rest, real goal in the beginning of the day was 195.80 for me to make some money on it, which would give us 10 points on a move. But I don't know with this market plummeting that we'll actually get there. I think that's a fair valuation based on the price action as well yesterday. So maybe we get up at the same level as 193 area, which would be awesome, but I don't know. I'll be trimming up on the way. So let's keep an eye on the Qs. We're running into this 486, which literally we want to talk about confluence. It's right at the VWAP. So you got 486.09, which is level we had marked off, which we tested yesterday, literally bounced off of it yesterday, came through, broke it today twice, big 2 times, right? We came above, tried to hold it, we broke through it, and then we saw the collapse. So the only trouble I have is, yes, on the one hand, we have a double bottom potentially here. But if we do it like we did today, where we tried to push, rejected. Notice this 491.90. We literally got up there. We rejected. We came up here. This candle should have pushed above, and we should have gone up towards 493. We didn't, which is where, if you guys heard me replay the tape, right around here is where I got out, because I was like, you know what? I think we're going to start to tank. And we did. So that's when we switched to puts, right, on this bounce. So anyways, definitely be cautious. Definitely be cautious right now. What do you guys think? NVIDIA at 109.21 is where I'd like to be. So let's see if we get down to this level and we hold it, I'll get in and we'll see if we can get a little bit of a push higher. All right, I'm going to listen in, guys. Definitely trade safe right now. I'm going to go grab some water. Be right back. All right, guys, not going to risk too much here. Taking some off the meta trade. Let's see if we get a continuation. AVGO, again, we already took our partial, so we're waiting for 191. Okay. Okay, guys, be careful. 486. Watch this level on the cues. If we do not breach this, let's look for some short opportunities. Okay. That's where my head's at. Cue the disclaimer. It's your money. Do what you want with it. But if we start moving above this aggressively, then yeah, let's look for some long positions. But this is our zone, right? That I'd be looking for shorts or long positions. Obviously, directionally, guys, this is a problem, right? We literally broke a bunch of levels, broke a bunch of problems for markets today to the downside. So there's definitely a favorite to the downside. That said, if Jerome Powell continues speaking well, that's a lot of liquidity to push, right? And if we do, we're going to likely go 486, 491, 493 breakout if bulls show up to the party. So no guarantees. Be careful. Bingo. All right, guys. Figure some more off the meta trade. Didn't get a chance to answer in video. Hopefully, some of you guys did based on the level. Look at we're waiting for this 190. I get close enough here. Take another partial on this AVGO trade, and then I'll let the rest run up to that. Again, my target really is 195.80, which would mean this has to move. This has to, everything that we're looking at right now has to move higher. So obviously, that's cautiously optimistic right now. So right when we get to this 191, we're pretty darn close. Let me see if I get a push here on this. That's close enough for me. Not going to be greedy. I will happily take some right here, guys. Okay, now we'll let the rest run. I have no problem letting the rest run. And I'll just move my stop loss so I cannot lose on that trade, okay? Anybody take NVIDIA? Anybody? Watch this level now, guys. We're pushing pretty aggressively through that 180 or 486. We may come back and retest it. So let's see how high we push. If we get above the close, that's our breakout. So be on the lookout for that. If you did get in at 486, good luck. Watching NVDA here at the VWAP. Let's see what it does. Guys, a pretty aggressive move to the upside. Jerome Powell surprising us all, I think. Okay, let's watch up this retest, guys. If this fails, maybe we get a bounce one, bounce two, then fail. If we do, short, okay? That's why we're taking partials off these names on the way up. Now, granted, if we hold, push, there's your kind of, I don't want to say A+ setup, but that's your ideal bullish setup. Getting in here mid-candle, you're basically looking for a run-up scalp because you're more than likely going to have to test this 486 before we move higher. Again, no guarantees, but that's kind of what, from a technical perspective, look at all this volume here on the left. We need to see if that liquidity still exists, and if it does, then we move higher. If it doesn't, then we just swipe to the down. I'd love to see a breakout right now, guys. Would absolutely love that. 493 would be the ideal target on the Qs here. Okay, let's see what it does here. 486, guys. Keep a close eye. Testing that VWAP now. See how that works? Now let's see if we actually violently shove to the upside. Fingers crossed. It needs to be literally in one move, because if you look at this at like a 5 minute, right? That's a pretty solid candle here, right? Now it's going to want to fill this gap here in between here and here. This 485.40. If it holds that and it moves above this candle, we should get a push. So watch this. 485.40 is kind of where you want to see it. And if you're looking to get long, your stop would be just below that, so call it 485. But if we hold this like we're looking like we're doing now, we should take off. But it has to close, right? You can't just see it like middle of the price action. You got to see where it opens and closes on that candle. All right, I'll be right back. See if I can find other stocks to trade. Guys, this is why we took partials on Broadcom. You see that? NVIDIA, I might get long here at 110. We'll see. I'm just going to be patient. I'd love to see a retest down to 109.21 to get long if it holds, but that means everything else is going to move lower, which then is going to get bears excited that maybe we push lower. So let's be patient. Nice 5-point move though, 6-point move on Meta. No complaints there. Same thing on AVGO. All right, y'all, here comes the push. Yes or no? Pump it or dump it? Let's see what the bulls have to say about it right now. This is their time to shine. If they're going to push it higher, now's the only time they've got. If they don't, I can assure you the average just turned in favor of the bears. It's not looking good. All right, guys, I'll be back. All right, Charles. So here's an interesting thing. I'm planning it's an idea. I don't know if it's, how real it's going to be. But what he's talking about right now, for those guys listening to Jay Powell right now, here's the trouble that I'm thinking. What he's mentioning is, look, during COVID, there was a global burst of inflation, right? When I hear that, it translates to me, remember we talked about 4 different versions of war, and I think there could be a new version, which is debt. This is kind of, I don't want to have a self-fulfilling prophecy, but it's kind of going in line with that, where everybody is maxed out on inflation, maxed out on printing dollars, et cetera. And inflation hit everybody, which means if we're all on an equal playing field, who's walking out ahead if we all have suffered the same level of inflation? And what happens to prices? Do they stay higher for longer? Are eggs going to still be $20 for a dozen? Who knows? Question mark, right? But this is the kind of stuff, as you're listening in, have an opinion. It's okay. Your opinion could be wrong, right? But we always say, trade what you see, not what you feel. It's good to know, like, hey, what does this opinion mean for if you're a smart, big hedge fund trader, institution, et cetera? Like, what does that mean? Are you going to buy up to get the hedge to then dump further positions on people? Or does that mean that companies that are going to be based here in the US become more profitable by and large because they're based on the US dollar. So this just, again, going back to the Forex stuff that we were talking about. So this is the kind of stuff that, as we're hearing this, it's not just words, right? You got to kind of connect the dots a little bit. Anyways, I gotta take this call. Give me a sec. Okay, guys, taking a little more off of AVGO, guys. Close to 191.51 was the target. I'm gonna let the rest go on 195.80 or more. Okay, so let's see if we get a continuation here. I'm going to step away for a little bit, guys. I got to take care of some stuff, guys. Keep an eye on Tesla as well. What a beautiful rip over 257. We talked about that, getting over the 200 EMA. So for those of you guys who were able to take advantage of that trade, good for you. That's a nice 3-point move to the upside, and you were protected by a 1-point move to the downside at 256.53. So good luck, guys. I will be back. Keep an eye on this, right? We're pushing higher. Beautiful move. Keep an eye here at the close. We're likely going to hit some resistance. So mark those charts. Keep an eye to your left. Notice we got a resistance here, but now we're above VWAP, we're above 200. Maybe we get a push up to this 491.26. And if we do, guys, if we break out above this 493 plus, okay, I'd love to see this 50% retrace on the fibs up to 497. No guarantees, but I don't know. It could flip things on its head. Okay, so be careful. I will be back. See you guys. guys taking that trade. Any of you guys this is exactly why we are traders and not investors. Do you see how disgusting that is? Took it for a ride, then we get sold off right at the close. Remember, we talked about every single one of these levels as a potential point of resistance on the way up. Now, here's the beauty. We talked about 45.40 being a pullback level, right? Which actually coincides right about here where we're at now. If you were looking to get long, boom, there's your stop loss candle next to you, right there at the lows. Maybe give yourself, a little bit down here. Cue the disclaimer, right? I wouldn't highly recommend it. You probably want to see some validation above this because you need to see this is a full bearish engulfing in 3 candles, right? There's a name for it. Anybody know the name for that? These 3 red candles in a row like that? I won't tell you the answer because maybe you'll be part of the first course that I provide, which is basically understanding candlestick patterns. So anyways, guys, look, I really do. I got to step away. And unfortunately, I've got some positions. I took some partials. I have stop losses in place for names like AVGO. NVIDIA, though, literally hit 109.21 on the dot or 28. Fine. So I'm going to get long this here in a minute. And let's see if we get pushed higher. If we do, great. If we get below this 190.20, but there's my stop loss, 60-cent stop. So not a big deal. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to bounce. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Trade safe, be careful. It is a wild market today. Okay. And it will be in the next probably week or so, but don't take unnecessary trades. Don't gamble. Anyways, appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Cheers. God bless. All right, folks. We should see either breakout above this 489.50 area for the Qs. If we start to reject here, I'll be probably looking to aim short on a few positions. We still have our runners on Meta. I'm just taking a partial here at 617. But, you know, trimming up on all of my profitable trades to the upside. We got a nice bounce. Here's that beautiful dip that we saw in NVIDIA. We were able to take advantage of it just right here and ride it for about 1.5 points or so. So now we'll let the rest run on NVIDIA. We'll let the rest run on AVGO. We've trimmed up all the way, so can't lose, right? I've got my my stop loss just under this previous red candle right here. And then with Meta, I actually have my stop loss just under 615. So really can't lose on these trades. Beautiful move now on the Qs. Keep an eye on that 489.50, as I mentioned. If we see that 489.52 area, which is this candle on the left here, get taken out. Right now, we're kind of at the low here. So we're trying to figure out, is this a supply zone or a demand zone? So for those of you guys watching, this is why looking at your charts and analyzing them in real time matter, because right here, is this a supply zone or a demand zone? If it becomes a demand zone, we'll turn that green. If it becomes a supply zone, we'll keep it red, which means we get short into this, right, to the downside. If not, right, you could look at NVIDIA. We're right there near pre-market lows. So again, this is why looking at charts are important, figuring out where we're finding areas of supply or demand. We're running right into those levels, and we're not seeing that demand show up to continue to push higher. So be cautious, be careful. That's why we trim up into these areas as we move in favor of the direction, okay? So I'm going to be done for the day, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Cheers. God bless.